Hmm? There we go. We thought it took a while, but here we are. Time for more. Time for chapter 2, or at least the rest of the prologue. Oh, not prologue, what the fuck am I saying? Rest of the epilogue from the tutorial, the first mission. And then we are getting shipped off one way or another. How exactly? Considering we didn't even get the sponsorship? I don't fucking know. But we'll find out. Let's continue. Yes, please. Should be relatively seamless from when it crashed, I think. At least as soon as it crashed, I stopped. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Marianovsky. Forgot that we all had aggressively Japanese names, but we are in Japan, so it makes sense. Finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, wouldn't have done it without you, but thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Susato, congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. We hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's. I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Did I have like... does the adrenaline like kick or come down and I just forget everything that happened? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, wait, after... Oh no, everything okay. It's all good. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asobi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Well, I learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asobi clan. You're taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana has a soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's not going to face trial herself? Or surely she's going to face trial herself now? She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Sonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Adjudication? I think it was adjudication. Also, holy shit, why am I sweating so much right now? Fucking accidentally drenched my controller. We cannot try to... What? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice? The British Consular Court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. The Consular Court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we signed the... a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a high political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for the young... What? I'm afraid that for the young student... Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of weapons for her. Believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of the foreign student committing... What? Oh, this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? Maybe not, actually. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with an ample food and drink. You're a detective for Sonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork of Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yeah, thank you. But Jezebel bread won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazama. Yeah, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Oh! I didn't do anything. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? Never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? Believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Wrong voice. I mean, I don't really change the voice for them anyway, so... Whatever. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced something seemingly hopeless. You faced some seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Sonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws. Rickshaws? They pronounce it shaw? Because here it's more like shaw? Rickshaws. For us, let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now, our first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Kazuma. Kazami Kotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Sanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. I would eventually turn British and then American, and start a long line of lawyers. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Okay, but how's a snake unbreakable? On board the steamship Burya. Burya! Like something they scream in a fighting game.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What are you? Okay.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a
Also,
great British
where's
consultant
Celia?
detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Don't tell me I'm the accused of murder again. Wait, I can move. Oh my fucking god. You can't be serious. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, huh? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You... Huh. You found me then. No, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, huh? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, huh? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. That? Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Don't tell me he's the dead one. Wait, no, the victim was Russian. Ha! You pretend you do not know? You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Well... Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long... No! You can't do that. Here in this very cabin. It was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. That's what I'm saying. I just kill him straight away. These handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-san's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Kazuma. It's just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ah! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It's really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. Where that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. What? Why is he shit-talking me all of a sudden? Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. About 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point? Surely you would confide in her, couldn't we? Or we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there. I think it won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe door, so once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. No, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Sato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. Looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. These handcuffs. They think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. They found him. The cabin was locked from the inside. You mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be opened from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Possible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Sato, you have to tell me. I didn't do it! I did not! I didn't hit him! Oh, hi, doggy. Cause of death is still undetermined. Don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until the expert has been consulted at our next port of call. Presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Given the deeds. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Obviously, you were here in the cabin after all. But, yes, I was, but... would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susano arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. And I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. The white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. No idea anything had happened. Must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. I have told you everything that I know. So, it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Norabuto-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. And it's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. She asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why did you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? You ought to become a lawyer yourself. Yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, it's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? But no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Okay. Blue-ball me for eternity, I guess. Kazuma-sama was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. Look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. By stowing away on the ship, I mean. I know Kazuma-sama. I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is... I don't really remember. How convenient. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head started throbbing like anything. Hey? Maybe you got conked over the head and noggin. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Did everybody stop doing that? You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly done this. Zuma, I don't understand why. Why did this happen? Can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. The perpetrator in this crime. You can't leave. Can't allow for that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. Get fucking Aikido. What the? It was a Susato takedown. Wait, why am I so high up? Am I be on the floor? Susato, what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. How am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She was expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime.
Yes!
Yes! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yeah, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before you opened them. If I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me out? She fucking rotated me. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Learn to read. Thank you. So you finally believe me? Sorry, no. What? Not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? Oh no, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright. Wait, what happened? Everything still alright? Quick check, I guess. Check, I guess. Okay, yeah, no, everything works. Everything is still... Right, let's get to work, Susaka-san. Please, don't misunderstand me. Oh wait, it's fuck no. Well, for me, not for you guys. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here, examine everything I can. I swear, I will avenge your death. Can we talk about something new? We can't. I'm guessing I can move. I can present stuff. I can present people. I like to do the classic of presenting my badge. Susaka-san, about this. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. But we don't have time to waste on anything else. We must find clues. She looks serious. Oh, what do you think that is? Really quite deadly serious. We checked that already. Wait, this guy's been here the entire time? Why? How? Wait, that's the wrong button. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering what is going on. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true. I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information now. Trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. He seemed a little flustered. Oh dear, that won't do. Well, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? Okay, tutorial. For very basic stuff. Sure, you're careful, Choko. Yeah. Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Oh, it even gives me a check mark if I checked them before. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. And you, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship. Nice job. Are you going to bring that up, are you? And when? Tell me about the sword. It's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is a soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. It's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. It's my dinner from last night, roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yeah, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? No, the dogs, said her son. Eat it at the table, of course. Which makes the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no. Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with empty belly? That's just too horrible. I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an aching stomach. There's nothing on this table at all. Plate and cutlery all over the floor for some reason. It's very strange. Last night, when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Wait, the knife too? I guess. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Looks like half a bell. Whatever that thing is, it appears to have been broken clean in two. I wouldn't call that clean, but sure. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? The mark beside it, what is that, I wonder? There's a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. And it's the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. That's also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. You're kind of like a pet. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Oh, I can't decide. But one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. What's with the statue? The book's fallen over in the shelf. Look, they've all toppled on the same way. What's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Oh, he's fallen over as well? Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt that. And perhaps was you, Naruhodo-san? A fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up. What? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. But the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. You're not. Okay, just mess with the evidence. Fuck it, I guess. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? That's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. Was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see. It says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It's less painful than a Susato takedown. The sweaty Kazuma-sama would have said whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Yeah. Get flipped. That is out of the question. Well, Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright. I won't read it. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? What do you mean? Just... wait. The pot itself is not a clue? Are we sure about that? I guess so. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. Must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed to the floor. And then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in and spill it in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think it's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? And what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does that mean, I wonder? I swear, dear Kazuma-san would have said, okay, I don't... Okay, no, please. this the one time where it actually works? The D-pad? No. Where we... It used to be on the buttons, like the shoulder buttons, but it doesn't work with the D-pad. And that's an issue. What if I just do a mouse and keyboard? There we go. Easy. Easy fix. I really have to figure out a configuration for this, or just switch back to my normal Xbox controller, that works better. Maybe I messed something up when I was trying to get it to work for Gravity Rush. This is... yes. It's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Holy ego issues. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. I think that's some kind of opening for the ventilator. Hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? You mean... it's ventilator. That's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are off, or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. I'm sorry, what? Where did you come from, buddy? Who's that? He wasn't here a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. You really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very usual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. And in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshair, you can converse with them. Right then. I get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. But first, I would like to some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yeah, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, Album. Scutia? Scalia? I don't fucking know. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It's like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently you returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really the most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now are trapped to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cavern discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to add the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. You see another in this cabin who fits the bill, a Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. You... what? What? And you plotting a revolution too. Shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way I... Get flipped, nerd. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was it not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. There you have it. You see? What do you make of that, huh? To be honest, it sounds like you're just throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. Like some fortune teller. The ship's en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same. The inimitable, actually, Sherlock Holmes. You know this man, Sasato-san? Most famous detective of the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? You must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out this entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Do I feel uneasy about this? What if I present you with this? I've never seen anything like this. Most extraordinary writing. Oh, I've never seen anything like this. Most extraordinary writing. I said the same thing this morning, I think. Indeed. But its uncommonness is so remarkable, I felt the need to say it anew. Yes, I do believe these characters may be a crude attempt at a Japanese script. What? So Naruhodo, I don't like to be the one to tell you this, but I think Mr. Sholmes is trying to say that your handwriting is a little untidy. Is making fun of me? Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind. That's so silly. Ah, an Indian curry perhaps. What's he ruminating about? Lunch menu? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, but yeah, I can do this. Ah, these must be remnants of the glue that you used to stick the paper seal on the wardrobe. That's right. It was pulverized rice. Pulverized rice? Yes, I pulverized some of the rice from my evening meal, even though it broke my heart. Broke your heart? What do you mean? Remember, I'm a stowaway on the ship. All I had to eat were customers' leftovers. Even a couple of grains of rice could have meant the difference between life and death. Oh my. Must have been awful for you, Naruhodo-san. I have some glue with me as it happens. You're welcome to use it this evening. Oh, thank you very much. Are we just going to ignore that I don't even need glue anymore? I don't need to sleep in the fucking closet. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? They are such bold, vivid strokes you make. You're looking at a man who came aboard inside a trunk. Those brush strokes needed to make a statement. If they'd found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean. I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that. Well, I'm not so sure. They would have forced you to wash dishes in the galley until you were on death's door or something like that. Wash dishes until I was in death's door. That's a lot of dishes. Talk to me. You great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Hair lock? Was it? No, no. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Grant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yeah, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Lord Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Forgot whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? And the astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn... What? Oh, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? Oh, my dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in this most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Let's see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. I became anxious about Kazuma Summer this morning. I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their numbers, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. The handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Holmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. What? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was a Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Jones. What made you think the victim was a Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. You really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, when you find their native tongue filling their head, for this young man, Russian. Kazuma-sama was Russian, was he? What? Why do I start believing his crap? Initially, I considered Gadarov. What? Gadarov? Maybe the name of the killer? A certain Robert Guard, perhaps? But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe, there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I am Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, we were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This. It was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court records. Can I ask you something, Mr. Jones? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that? Ah, yes, and the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. Many times I'm Russian, and I don't speak Russian. One short second. That. Okay, Mr. Buddy Boy, what's your deduction? Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was on the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. It was the other details. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more solid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary, violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night a young Russian was murdered. Or the young Russian was murdered. Since when is Kazuma Russian? Sounds like Mr. Jones has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma somehow wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. I believed that before, but now because they said we made a stop in Shanghai, I believe it even more so. That the killer's just the sworn lady. And he wrote in Russian wardrobe so that the crew would find me. But the swan lady would have no idea what it means, so she would never look into the wardrobe for no reason, you know? So she wouldn't find me and kill me as well. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. The one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, violent Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't even look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list, need I say more? That's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details, the 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he was plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region in Afghanistan. What even is that anyway? This Afghanistan place. Yeah, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest and to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Wait. My lord. Okay. ballerina. Maybe, what's it called? Swan Lake. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, how can I? Look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. Can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere. This Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina at the Novavich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She's of course the talented young Nikolana Pavlova. They are Russian names, so hard to remember. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? No idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susanto-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novavich Ballet. It would seem the director is besides herself with worry, so I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. Requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of the Russian fleeing his or her country? The Russian, not the Russian. Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. I see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping his notes for the trip. Of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. Good. I mean, you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely his diary belonging to the victim. This diary. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikaido. Nado. Trust you are suitably impressed. Ah. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters of which I can read precisely none. So, what was with all the showing off about before? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. Final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Whistling sound? It's in very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band just dangling from a ventilator grill. Don't. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. A ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice down the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. It's the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in this diary have piqued my interest. A matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds revel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Oh, please. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, are you certainly... You are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. Yeah, then if I don't have the face of a criminal, as you say, then how do you think I killed 16 people? So what, you were looking at my news before? Some great detective. Oh. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. This guy's a total nutjob. He's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed at my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... If she's going to cut through solid steel, I'm gonna... Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue. You're willing to give up? Just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish up in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do here to help myself. Endeavor to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Hey, who would I even be presenting stuff to? Would I be presenting to him at this moment? Oh no, I can't present. I can. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Criminal asking prison guard to help him escape, very funny. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this boat had been firmly closed. It's quite a small boat, not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, if the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. No wonder everyone suspects me. She glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like that. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. She glares at me like that. I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't here before, was he? There before. That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Yeah, what are you doing here, buddy? Why are you on this ship? Is that... something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yeah, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Dude, go to a fucking doctor. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Really stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board of the ship. Again. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. And you, by chance, read Russian? Also, what the... Wait. Can I show you this newspaper, Inspector? Sorry, but I can't read Russian very well. No, that's alright. I know what it says. So you just wanted to point out your university-level linguistic talents, is that it? Sorry? Nothing like me with my regular schooling is something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Sorry? How could I mention that? So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of your crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. You expected him to get assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? Not sure. But these are complicated times, and there are tension between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Someone was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. See. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Well, you could let me out. Maybe undo the handcuffs too. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. So, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Of course, I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I did everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo-san, you'll just have to bend over and fuck the captain. Presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possessions. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Alright, yeah, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Oh right, I need to go to the special persuasion, not presentation. Terrible. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? Very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. So if we could investigate him there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Wrong button. The passageway that connects the first class cabin and the SS Burrito. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. You got it. SS Burrito. First class cabin passageway. Ooh, finally out of the cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent to this study tour by the government, or on the study tour. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. It's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. Now next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. And yeah, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Do I need to? Yes, I need to. Okay. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although, they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, she's our personal Goombella. I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I don't know what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... Ah, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat in the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma's cabin. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? What do you think this is? Very pleasing shape, isn't it? It's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm? It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. So I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. This is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. You have to do something foolish. At least, if you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. It's the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled vent emerging. Maybe whoever in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, excuse me. We, need to get inside this cabin here. Sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Though this man's version of is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's going to just let us pass. That's a problem. Let me think. What? Oh, a different button. Let's see, I get it. What do we have here? The ship layout. Looks like a plan of the SS Burya. Shows each deck. Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. I've been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Yes. Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The island of Japan? Yes. They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Islands technically don't float? But sure. I suppose so. There's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, and it looks like the ship's log. Do we have a look through it? Writing's so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought you might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Let's go back to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me here. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of that door, the burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer? A good start, was it? Alright, let me try and say. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name. I'm Senior Crewman Beef Stroganoff. Whew. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Can I? Yes, I guess not. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's Amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering if the cabin next to Mr. Asogi is currently occupied. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like, duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounded like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, that's tantalizing. Did you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Kerensky Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in a lowly student from insignificant Far East Island. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. It must be rather important, is that right? It is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Siemens Stroganoff? No, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. Wonder, did you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night? Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Did you notice anything at all? Anything unusual? Shit. Or niet, I guess. Sato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises, or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no. Sorry. So sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment. What? I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there? Or that he avoided my gaze, I get it. This is enough. I cannot say no more. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yeah, alright. We'll get to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yeah, I understand. I getcha. Good, now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. Wait, can I not go? Do I need to examine it? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cavern can help solve that peculiar mystery. Let's ask. Or particular, not peculiar. No answer. You're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. Annoying. Ah! What was that? Came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. Must have been a woman. Stand aside. What? I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. January, SS Hurry, First Class, Cabin, number 2. Who are you? The Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Also, I noticed that all your books are awkwardly arranged in the same way that they were in, you know, Kazuma's. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Might he be a kidnapper? Get out, all of you, now! A kidnapped tiara lady? Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylord, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? And the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm the great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I don't trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe or this time. So, might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? It's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Look at me. Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yeah. The case just shook. Like a Pokeball. Leave. Now. Otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor. Sir Grimesby Roylord. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Would you know, I know you hate us, but do you mind translating this? We have this Russian newspaper here. I have the same newspaper in my cabin. Maybe they give it out to all first-class passengers. But neither of us speaks a word of Russian, so we can't read it at all. Would you mind telling us what the article is about? You do not speak Russian, you do not need to know what it is saying. Russia must be a cold place. Mr. Roylord, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh, it's going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. Really, but there may be someone else who can help. What the fuck is this guy up to? Because the Great Defective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylord. Mr. Roylord, we'd like to talk about something. Yeah. Okay. What do you think you're doing? Oh. This is my cabin, get out. Can we just have a quick look inside the traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Hey, yeah, fucking talk to him, Jesus Christ. Do you have a moment, please, Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. Okay. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Detection. Oh? And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylord, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russians will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. This man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylord, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one. The true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruto-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholm's great deductions with my own eyes. That's a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of this great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but how the colors drained from Mr. Royle's face. Or Roylets? Was it Royle or Roylets? Let me check. I check with this. Roylets, okay. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? Yeah, you know what his first deduction was? That I'm a Russian, and so is Kazuma. Also, I'm an assassin that killed 16 people. And I'm from Afghanistan somehow. How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Wait, what? Minigame? So the dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylot, obviously. What catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what would you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylot? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylot. I'm sure it need no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary, Violent, Bolshevik, Flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of this article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Not yet, not yet. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits beyond our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. Astute deduction. No, I refuse. I mean, the alternative would be getting talked to by getting a blowjob, which just sounds kind of weird. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit in therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless fool. Duel betrays you. Stop talking with a full mouth. Have some etiquette. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open the traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Let me just swallow real quick then. But there's another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. I'm willing to bet that this Russian is actually the ballerina. Sato-san? That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing about so much. What? I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before about those two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary who will well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, not how revolutions work. It is to this nut job. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. I feel like you fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose your missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? I mean, you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? If she's 15, then 10 years worth of 10 years worth would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain witherness in their body. Nigger? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Would you just assume a 5-year-old would fit in there? Also, why with extra pushing? How does he know they have to at least push? And if you had to push, why draw the mark there? Why not just say a 4-year-old? You think... you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. The whole thing is turning into a circus. Maybe you know he was guilty of some other crime? Maybe that's why he's fleeing to London. Mr. Naruhodo, some things occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just the way he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little of itself, Mr. Soto. It's just one or two key words and his deductions that seem to let him down. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. So that is a lot of work. I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh, where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did you... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want to do with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of discussing the shears to cut away the copious beard you sprout. Huh? I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here in Naruhodo-san and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intends to use the shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shom's deduction better. Then what? Then I leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Bought something long and hard earlier today? Alright. I mean, I know what you mean, but I also know what you're implying. So I can't really make a joke, but I also can't really... I know. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? You found a wife or husband yet? By the way? My god, this is... Right? What the fuck is that? Golden locks? I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's the ballerina, because she's wearing a wig, okay. These controls are kind of awful. I cannot... Wife or husband? There's way too many. What buttons? Now I want the newspaper. Oh, never mind, okay. Trying to cut off the hair so it doesn't show under the wig. And I was too focused on the fucking newspaper. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how's it growing out from underneath his neck? Back hair, his thick hair. Yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Wait, can I just... Oh, I can present. Yes! Okay. I thought clicking on it was the same as presenting. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You've identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair, it certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. No. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question being... also like the kind of PTSD reaction she has. Every time somebody snaps, she just jolts together. Question is then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. Had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, do you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Jones. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything, Dorka. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Jones' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. Enjoying being a moron with a kindred moron spirit? You know what? I'm gonna say it. I think Sholmes is even dumber than this guy. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we know and understand them. I think they're in the same level of dumb in different ways. I mean, I guess that's valid. I do my best.
Yes!
Yes! The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nova Veggie Ballet disappears from Shanghai. PTSD. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Nova Veggie Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh my god, just killed herself on accident. Oh, actually did. Holy fuck. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. No. As for my second conclusion, those heads are tall as fuck, yeah, but those shears were also long as fuck. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Is he just repeating everything he said before? It looks like a cross-examination, but different. The woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. Oh, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. I hereby conclude you smuggled yourself in your own trunk. Must have a lot of trunk, that ballerina. Usually they're just like sticks. In which case, it's the crime this young woman is apparently committing. And see, I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Stop it! I don't want to dance with him. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Is it not in there? Very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit inside there. So, does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else? That's true though. Makes sense. What do you mean? There's nothing incriminating inside this case. Why did you refuse to let us look inside? Also, why did it move? I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason though. Yeah, must be a perfectly harmless reason that the fucking thingy just moved on its own. I kind of want to... Oh wait, oh I can rotate, okay.
Yes!
There's a pet inside? I'm guessing it's the snake that... it might be a snake, because the prologue hinted at a snake killing. The proof is your crime, of your crime, is surely this tiara. I'm used to it just being still images, and so the rotation has to still settle in my mind. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in a Novovich ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe off unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Oh my god. An assassin shot her. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone. I need money. Same. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. Damn, Prussia is still around? Holy fuck. This girl is only 15 years old and she's a runaway all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Oh my. Bet it got really sweaty, huh? Russia was around till 1918? Well, yeah, but I wasn't sure when this was taking place. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. Is it reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain invisible? Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. But I feel like it can't be a snake. A snake would be too obvious. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents in your case, even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your carelessness, good Doyle, betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with the deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf all in this into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open a case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she's hiding inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Ah, looks like they are all the same books that we have in our cabin. Suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And you noticed how all the books have fallen over just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? Almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavola, while she was practicing her ballet. Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. And even if we wanted to, they're all in Russian. That's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. I actually wanted to check the... oh well. I'm guessing it's because this says no pets. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard USS Boria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. Wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. Ah, shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Let me see what the... yeah, what the... oh my god. Maybe I'd switch to my Xbox controller and just say fuck it with the batteries. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What's that? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. You've been on a flat sea for a while. Maybe you started seeing hills and mountains and everything.
Yes!
Yes! The reasons why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage, the pet. These two are about to do like a fusion dance. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later the same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Borea is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Did you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links to your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable thinking. What? Tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into a questionable old man, I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard, then... Yeah, she said beard, no bra. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Well, stop getting insta-killed by trash mobs then. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. So frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. I'm sure I'll breeze through it with ease. No struggles at all, no tilting. Nothing, surely. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through an annoyingly unlocked cabin door. No, nah. SMT, or at least Persona games, on harder difficulties are so ass. Not because they're actually difficult, but just because their difficult or idea of difficulty is giving you less XP and just making every enemy into a damage sponge, which is not a fun way to scale difficulty. SMT on normal is usually a good balance. Yeah, Persona 2. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Most even talking about the same thing. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What kind of pet you got? What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? Alright. It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say it to any of the crew. The secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Mr. Naruto? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? What do you mean I deduced? Get shredded by charm effects? Honestly, charm's kind of ass. Just turning, especially because it's mostly your healer, against you was certainly, yeah. Just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Speaking of different games, when I pick up Elden Ring to like clear the last few bosses for the DLC on Wednesday? Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to actually kill everything. You know, like what if some DLC NPCs need to go to the round table hold? So I kind of doubt it, because I think DLCs were always kind of self-contained. Thursday? No, I think it's Wednesday. Well, I would play it on Wednesday, because if the game really does come out on the 20th for me, then I could play it on Thursday evening. But I'm not sure. If it doesn't work, then I don't know. We just have Elden Ring squeezed in the middle. Guess who won't watch that? I'm guessing you won't watch that. And I can't blame you. I mean, I don't know. I don't really have a plan yet. I can also just wait for Friday for the official release and just check the DLC out, or check out if it works on my other character. Oh, don't worry, I totally get that. I would hate that too. I'm so anticipating this game, and if I see somebody play through like the first, well, my streams are like usually 6 hours, around 6 hours plus minus, like that much of the game, I would lose it. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what is... Observe your wrists. My... Ah, your hands. Are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? Also, we won't finish this game right away after Elden Ring. After Elden Ring, I'd like to play SMT5. We can keep these cases because they are usually very well self-contained. Like, you can easily use this like episodically. We can keep this for like a rainy day if we need to bridge something. Convince you with the Tomboy Demon, didn't I? No, I mean, my original plan was to play it before Elden Ring and then have a break in SMT. But SMT is kind of a going through story, and having a break in that kind of felt like a bad idea. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. Sorry to say, can't be helped at the moment. 50% done now? Maybe a little more? Huh. Can't it, really? That does sound shorter than I expected, if I'm being honest. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. Have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. 25 hours? Interesting. Honestly, didn't expect that. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we are trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Story changes significantly in the new version. Definitely worth a second playthrough. Well, the question is where I throw that instantly one after another. Because usually the play, or, you know, the gameplay is kind of monotonous. We'll see. It does sound very different from Persona games, so I'm kind of curious how it goes. But maybe we'll just throw a few games in between, like I do with the Yakuza games. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. harder than Persona? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. But Persona games usually have the knack of becoming broken as soon as you romance the navigators. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. Imagine having navigators in SMT. It's a good start, I guess. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was that I had done what I had done and whether they would find me. Didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Accidentally went and tried a level 77 side quest today. How do you do that on accident? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain and from there I want to go to America. You're not reading quest level? GG's. Big brain move. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Do we wish you to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Got hit with a quick and smooth Mabarion? I have no idea what that is. Yes, and the crew of this ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Hammer Baryon? Ah, Hammer. Hey, single target light magic spell. Yeah, I read that as one thing. But I now see the Hammer, yes. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. A conundrum, I'm not sure about. Straight into oblivion? Yeah, I'm sure that was a nice insta-kill. Either by damage or just by effect. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. By damage? Neat. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. No, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, Yes's Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. It is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. How do you like the story so far of SMT5? Was it a good story? An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? This is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Hey, angel, if you will. Decent story, kinda reminiscent of SMT3, but that's every SMT game. So they just made SMT3 and were like, well, we gotta do this again and again. Just make that cow dry. I kind of have a similar story. Okay, so world-ending event, time to have a deathmatch, and whoever wins becomes the new god. Considering English is your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Sachons once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. By myself, by the way. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Have a lot of super cool demons, though. I'm looking forward to that. It was one of my favorite parts in Soul Hackers 2. Just all the different demons that I haven't seen before in Persona games. Yes, Mr. Joey. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavola is going to tell us what really happened. So, let's see that pet. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... The burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, not all. Sorry, reassuring, Mr. Jones. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Is it actually a snake? You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable burglars when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? So many side quests? Oh hell yeah, let the grinding begin. Are they good side quests though, or are they the kind of side quests where you get so overleveled that the main story becomes a breeze? Also, are they just boring fetch quests? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily refreshing eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you did your friends? I remember that. Perfectly fine doing them. Defeat, fetch, talk stuff. Mini games? Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. He obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. I didn't... Ah, shit. Wrong button. I wish I could skip this. Somehow. Let me see. Don't touch. Huh? tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What a vulgar manners you have. You just sat in her closet. Shut the fuck up, buddy. Walking around in a young lady's private belongings, neither shall I allow it. Only issue you have that a lot of normal enemies can decimate you instantly if you don't kill them first. So it's very unforgiving. What do you want me to present her? Just her own article? Oh, maybe she can decipher this. Wait, no, we already know this. Should I take a look at this? I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruto, you're frightening the poor girl. Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Usually a one-turn affair, otherwise things get dicey. Great. What the fuck does he want me to show her? Miss Pavlova, about this article. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared. If my picture is in the newspapers. You poor girl. She's so young. Just 15 years old. Her to have run away all by herself. She must have felt very, very alone. I mean, I don't think this does anything for her. Well, maybe it does. The speckled bangle? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. Makes for a major power trip though. Just one-rounding everything, I can imagine. His diary? Yes, he wrote it in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. By the way, I watched the final episode of Delicious in Dungeon today. Why does it have to be the last episode? Why do I have to wait for season 2 now? It's such a good show. Then again, we've already been spoiled that it's like 25 episodes. That's very unusual for a first season. Cause cliffhanger, and it's at such a good point too. It's so bad. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins this cavern, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cavern and the victim's cavern are connected together. I'm kind of tempted to just read the manga at this point. Because I can just see YouTube being an ass and spoiling it like crazy. The speckled band was a snake's body. That's what the prologue alluded to, at least. But because it was, like, spelled out in the prologue, I kind of doubt that it's exactly a snake. That would be, like, why would they show their hand right away? Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. But misdirection? They make you think it can't be that obvious? Oh, so they're misdirecting with misdirection. Or they're misdirecting the misdirection. Excuse me, Miss Roy. Yes, what? Oh, he's fast. Captain would like... Oh, Mr. Ryland. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I'll come with you. What? You must leave. No. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Ryland. Get out. The passenger said out. Or you want me to throw you out. By the way, this guy's name is Beef Stroganoff. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Hey, we finished the first chapter. Only took me 3 hours. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. Didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. Never get past that sailor guarding the door. It's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? What happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he has completely disappeared. How did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? I was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Yeah, the Klepto Inspector made it on board. Also, our dear headband friend Kazuma is dead. And we are the culprit once more. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us, you never know. Victim, and we're gonna end up defending ourselves again. Honestly, so far it doesn't even look like there's going to be a trial. So far it looks like we're just going to clear it all up on the ship itself. Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin and why? Give you permission for these. But I mean, Simon Sonoga did. That would be a first. I mean, this is the newest game, so... That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Seaman. This hair certainly looks like it had a bunch of semen. Let's come back to guarding the door. Hope Inspector Sonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? We get back to the... When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Caneva. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Wait, we can't talk to him more? But I don't think there's anything else to investigate here. Maybe we... Whoops. Maybe we need to talk to Burley. really wish we'd have a chance to look around in Miss Pavlov's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe want me to throw you out again? Hmm? No, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out. I show you where a lobster spent the winter. Understand? Marks on his body? Marks of a snake coiled around his face? Wait, is it? I just thought he fell asleep in the sun and got like a really shameful like sunburn. Must be a fat snake if those are snake strangles. I don't think you'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Time to switch to mouse and keyboard. That door leads to the second class area. Might be a weird sunburn since it's literally like a coil. I thought it was like just streaks, but like a bit sideways. So like just something like a, I don't know how to describe it. But I don't see how it would be impossible for that to happen. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Oh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Oh, that's not what I... Oh, damn it. I guess we'll just check everything in here out again. It's clear that the letters were written with the ink. It was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. Does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. So Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. Hear a faint whistling sound. It looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Left us a valuable clue in this world, I'm sure of it. You have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. Other books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on a shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yeah. And you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. It really wasn't me who knocked them over. But anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can relax when things are... I can't relax when things are tidy. No, I think the books are the least problem in this room. Can't imagine being on a voyage for like 3 weeks. Yeah, like a whole month just completely in the middle of nowhere on a fucking ocean. So I guess this ship does do like little stops at different harbors. But it's still insane. bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yeah, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. You don't say. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. What friend-shaped animals are there? Oh my god, imagine it's a baby bear. Kazuma didn't break the rules by having a literal sword. Well, apparently he argued with the captain like crazy and got him to, you know, allow it. Oh, there we go. He looks kinda roughed up. Oh my god. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. It just scratches. A bear? Made by a bear, maybe. Oh, I have some ideas. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, did we already solve where Kazuma wrote Dresser in the ink? Not quite. But my guess is he wrote it in Russian so that whoever killed him, which I believe is the Swan Lady, doesn't look inside the dresser, but the Russian crew knows to look inside and look for me. Told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. The Swan Lady is here? I don't know. But we made like a point of saying that she went to Shanghai, and that this ship stopped in Shanghai, where the ballerina came aboard. So there's a distinct possibility that she's on this ship, and that she took revenge against Kazuma. And so that she can take revenge against me in the closet, he just wrote it for other people to look inside. Also, Kazuma had no distinct wounds on him, but the cause of death was unknown, which kind of screams the curare. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Thanks to our efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cavern. Yes, so I understand. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. Or, I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know what that graceful angel? How should we know that you're a ballet fan? Dude, if this guy shows up in like every other case and his gimmick is permanently dying, that's kind of disgusting. Oops, I think I upset him here. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? At least then he won't come back. Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, I definitely upset him. Inspector, is your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae? So what's written in the report? Okay, so I guess it's not Swan Lady. Maybe it's one of the Russian crewmen. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds for the... there were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. Same here, buddy. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? I'm guessing the bell? Nothing has been found yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Maybe he just got startled when he saw a fucking snake, tripped and broke his neck. That would be the worst solution. And then why would he write in Russian wardrobe? All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left for Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. Question is, how did you write wardrobe if the neck was snapped? Well, considering it was written in Russian, maybe it was the murderer. I don't know, they maybe heard me tussle inside or snore or some shit, and then opened the wardrobe and were like, wait, hold on a second. But the real question is, how the fuck did they lock the door? It may be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, I didn't trust you. If I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? I guess we'll have to read that for more detail. Let's do that real quick. Male Far Eastern, time of death somewhere between 1 AM and a little past 2 PM. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. It was not Kazuma who wrote that, so I also doubt he could write Russian. Oh, Mr. Jones was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Maybe it was beef stroganoff? I mean, he's the obvious suspect here, right? He's like giga strong, so he could easily snap a neck with a blunt force. And he could obviously write Russian. But it might also be the slender one, because he would fit in the vent. But why would anybody of the crew want to kill Okay, Kazuma. Unless it's the revolutionary 16 people assassin. But what would the revolutionary assassin want with Kazuma? Slender one is only called Seaman though? No, I think he had a real name. Actually, now you mention it, yes, that's one thing, but he practically shouted it. Like we're missing a piece? I feel like we're missing more than one piece. I feel like we have like 3 halves of a piece. But none of them even fit together to make a whole piece. It's shoe polish, was all he said. One Piece is real! What could he say? Shoe polish? I wonder what it meant. Was it when he was over there? By the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about his... What? This brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. No, it's brick-colored. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Of a dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. Could maybe call it castagna. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scruffed on the floor? How much polish did he put on his shoes that they leave such a big fat mark? It's really all I can tell you at this stage. Is this a skid mark? Yeah, that's honestly more likely than just his shoes. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Would have been the polish container? Well, from the way they described it, they said it's like the shoe directly. So that might be for the best. Thank you. Oh, Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. And let's just say that it was the shoe polish container. Why would the culprit go out of its way to, like, hide the polish container? Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. So, wait, we move? Maybe. Which would explain why... What's his name? Oh yeah, Kazuma wasn't affected, where he was still on it, up and about. Because he doesn't like chicken. So he didn't eat any of it, but we did eat it or ate it all. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. These Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. My theory is they drugged the passengers to get the Russian girl aboard quietly. Kazuma was discovered to be awake, so someone panicked and killed him. Why? Like, the Russian girl was fully, you know, in costume, and Kazuma was in his own room, so they wouldn't even need to care. Maybe. Okay, hear me out here. The ballerina didn't run away because the ballet was mistreating her, or the ballet troupe that goes all over the place is actually a secret assassin group. And because she ran away, especially with the like giga expensive tiara, that Russian revolutionary set out after her to at least reclaim the tiara, because I don't know, maybe there's some secret engraved in the jewels or whatever bullshit, or maybe it's her pet that has something to do with it. Either way, reclaim what she took with her and kill her in the process for deserting. And then he was in the other room, and was whistling and shit or whatever. And in the vents, something with a bangle. And then Kazuma was like, "What the fuck is that?" Went up to the vent, saw that thing, or saw the assassin, and the assassin was like, "What the fuck? He's awake? How?" And then he panicked because he's been found out, and somebody saw his true identity or whatever. And then he had to went and kill Kazuma. But by the time that he managed to get out, again, like the sleeping drug wore off. And maybe the assassin is still in the air vent. Maybe he's been hiding in the air vent all along. I mean, I can look one up real quick. Maybe there's a good Alex Jones one. Let me. This has nothing to do with Tin, what the fuck? I mean, if you see some good ones, you can just let me know. I see a few good ones. I'm just gonna... Wait, maybe I don't want to send the link. I send you the link somewhere else. Or you even get a preview of them. I don't know if you get the full preview of this one. The Alex Jones one is animated. Oh, you get it animated. Pick your poison while I continue. You can even pick multiple. I think they have multiple slots still open. Do you see an agreement that the food was almost likely drugged? Well, yeah, I think it has to be. Otherwise, why would it be, like, in play? Also, the fact that he doesn't like chicken, so I ate it. Which would explain why I was knocked out when he got killed, and I didn't notice a thing. That one? I'm glad you like that one. I like that one, and I kind of like the one above that. I mean, both above that are kind of nice, but I like the one with the book and the side eye. It goes kind of nutty too. Let me just add this one. Should be And I don't know if we can use it yet. Or maybe you have to refresh your browser. Let me check if it's... Oh no, it even shows in chat that I added it. Ah, yes, yes. Tinfoil hat time. Doesn't show up in chat though. I guess I have to refresh that. Shown on screen chat? Yeah, unlucky. We'll have to enjoy that next time we play. Unless I can... I don't know if I can refresh that now. I think that's might be an OBS thing. Let me check. And hopefully not completely dox myself in the process. Ba 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 bum 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 ba bum. Ba da ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Is it this? Can I refresh you somehow manually? I don't see a way. Oh well. Unlucky. You'll just have to enjoy it in chat. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. I did it the great detective way. It's caroling. Not that lark-like voice. Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova. I mean, her cabin, where we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Strong enough, not stringy knot. But I mean, somehow the assassin and everything have to, like, tie into this, no? And the only connection that I can see is to, like, her, the ballerina. Also, the case is not much scary. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Such a son. Oh, is she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. It's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? Maybe the scent can give us a new clue. Ah, yes. I knew it. I messed up. Wait, shit, I forgot the word as I was about to say it. Oh yeah, I must cross-reference these scents with some other used panties. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Trust me, this is very, very important to solving this case. There's one of those next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bird cord. Can't resist. She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug too. Look if Maya doesn't wear panties though. She wears those Japanese loincloth thingies. Were those for both genders? I thought they were like male/sumo ringer only. Also, don't compare her to Maya. She's missing all the steps. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. No, but I don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Well, Google it. Also, how did panty sniffing become a thing when loincloths were like the go-to underwear? Did they just drag their nose through the entire cloth? Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding a special friend in here. It's a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals about the SS Buryo. I don't know what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Also, were those loincloths like over the ass, or did they just rip it right between the cheeks? Oh, the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one of them. You think it's a god of the sea? It's that... what? Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. Between the cheeks? Yummy. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? I mean, maybe it relaxes her, fuck if I know. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Women apparently wore some kind of undergarment below their kimono, so no panties at all. But just a light dress over a heavy dress. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. OCD Maya. We'd call a nightgown, similar to those things you see ghosts wear in anime. Great. Now I have to think of the triangle thing that like old school ghosts are depicted with to be like the male version of an the loincloth. So they wear an undergarment on their body and then just wrap a loincloth around their head. Yes, they're not trying to be spooky, they're actually just moaning, they're freaks. Although, what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Not gonna honor that with an answer. You know you want to. Maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants from both cabins wouldn't die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out from this ventilator. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yeah. Why? Here, quick, take a whiff of these panties. What do they smell like to you? Oh, God. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? What got misery? Why? Anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Palova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. She also has a plate on the ground. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. It's definitely a snake, because there's no bone of the chicken left, which means it got swallowed whole. Do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above you? What? A leak? Thought she fled with nothing to her name? You believe her lies, foolish you. I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Would seem the teapot is empty. So, the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea. I mean, it would be either, or could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? And there are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Oh, what? The Russian ballet dancer likes to read in Russian? Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruto-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Besides, it's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. How is it rude to go through somebody's rubbish? It's not rude to go through somebody's clothing. What? However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. It's almost like she almost just arrived yesterday. Just salty because it wasn't her idea. Well, that's a little disappointing. Well, I don't think there's anything else for us in here. I think we're done. Unless we actually have to click these things too? Question mark? Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolt ledge that our cabin door has. But the bolt's drawn across, and there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. It's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No. And the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me for passing a thread through a crack around a closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspected me. No, I think if water's still rushing in, I don't want my door closed. Like, how long could the oxygen in this really sustain me for? You know? I know that there's sometimes people in a shipwreck that get rescued, like, very long afterwards. But during these times, fuck no. The door will be closed by itself. I don't know, this one seems like it swings inward, so I feel like you just have all the water rushing in against you. But ignoring that, if you like open it as it's sinking, I don't know. Obviously, if you're in the middle of sinking, you don't really stand a chance. Being in your cabin in a sinking ship seems dumb. Yeah. Though if there's really no other choice, it did work out for some people here and there. Which is surprising to me because I wouldn't expect to have like enough oxygen for that stuff. Eventually the outside pressure will just crush the hull. Wonderful. Wait, am I not yet done here? What else is there? Is there something new in the hallway? What's the bag next to the door? That's nothing. That's just... you can't even click that. Investigated thoroughly, but can't find anything out of place. I'm guessing it's outside. Oh. Miss Polova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? Nobody said it doesn't appear to be around. Yeah. I mean, but learn what? We haven't really learned anything so far, to be honest. Which I guess should tip me off that there's something else there. Somewhere there needs to be like a decisive clue for me to find. But we looked at everything, no? Am I stupid? Let me just check if there's... okay, he was here. I'm not stupid. Oh, Mr. Sherlock. Sholmes. Oh, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a book at something. What? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew, in the yard bit off more than I could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Is he singing his own theme song? What a fucking nerd. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you on the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? You know, you wouldn't think this is a Japanese game with how everybody just shits on Japan. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. I got fired after releasing this game. I don't know, maybe Japan still likes sucking on Britain's dick. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log a ship's log in your mental life, your mental file. This log has been entered, yay. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliant. Oh, ouch. What is it? Hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Well, my thanks. Until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Putting one and one together is really difficult, huh? Ah, yes, I see. Nothing to What? Oh, yeah. By the crewman. Oh, wrong button. I don't know, we move. Go back to here. Oh, what's that? Oh god, the ass raid sirens. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessels sighted a quarter-mile for full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Are we actually being attacked? What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Okay, that's kind of worse. I can't stand. Susato-san, hold me. Wait, did he say Susato-san, hold me? You should hold her, what the fuck? Are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Oh, hold on to me. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Thanks for the convenience. If this wouldn't have happened, we never would have figured any of this out. Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. I like having your ass in my face. I mean... Inspector Osanaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... Look at all the books. And just like they were before again. Oh, you shouldn't have mentioned that Nora OCD is kicking in. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved the one mystery at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, that was a quick second chapter. What the fuck? The first one took 3 hours and this one was 1? What kind of aha moment did you have? The violent stop? As to how the wardrobe got locked? What? You mean the cabin? Right? Like, the wardrobe I slept in was already locked by Kazuma. Same principle as the cabin? Wait, what wardrobe are we talking about? Well, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You. What you are doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? That's something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Just a prank. Whoopsie! Think Hosonaga will just end up and more battered with each chapter? No. I'm going to say. Also, I'm going to hope that he doesn't appear in every chapter. I don't think he's a good enough character for that. Must have been an iceberg. Must have been the legendary Kraken. How did that happen? It's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? That mean someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder! The rest all in black. You're the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. How does she know that this guy's an inspector and not a sailor? Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Yo, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's the right. You're the devil. Good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Sonaga, is there nothing you can do? I mean, just leaving my room made it so this guy got beaten half to death. I don't think he can stop this, reasonably speaking. This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Just tell the little lady to relax. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out! No! We just need to investigate it here to help understand something in Russian. It's no use. She's not going to listen. До свидания? Okay, thanks for translating. I need to find someone who will. Well, he also won't listen to me, and he can't really do anything. I know what it means. But thanks. Also, I just noticed that Thai is a fish. Or maybe a shrimp. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you where to shift prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. I think it's more a fish than anything. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. Enough, you are guilty. Ship cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Imagine we just run out of options and then Kazuma just jumps in and is like, haha, I should save you. I wasn't dead at all. Got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean... Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. Is Herlock going to bust in with the animal? Susato is just gonna channel his spirit? Honestly, maybe. But they are more into forensics than into spirit channeling. At least so far. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face would be the least of my worries. Really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. Really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from the crisis. Let me guess, he's just over in the corner being a fucking gremlin. Oh my... what the fuck is going on? What the... what are you doing up there? Okay, buddy. Mr. Holmes. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubes feels like on that one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before that? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounds. I don't know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. 20k rubles is 209 euros in current currency. Yikes! I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. No, try to check that for the turn of the 20th century, like just say 1900s. What is the report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Borea, has been solved by me, naturally. I need some water. Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great introduction to the case. I don't know how to Google that. Ah, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. Let me see if I can find that out. How much was it? Like 20,000 rubles? Money of which year? Well, we'd like 1900. Money of which year? Today. Amount of money to be converted. Can I not change what type of money? Why is the... What the fuck is film? What? Fuck? Okay, and how much is 10 rubles worth in 1899? 10 rubles was worth $5.07. So, fuck it. That's honestly, it's too much work right now. What side? I just googled what 20,000 rubles in 1900s would be worth today, and then I would have converted today's value into euros. It is the stowaway, and here's handcuffs to prove it. Didn't do it. Trouble is, it doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Why are you agreeing with them? You saw how the door just locked itself. Hello? Yeah, locked the room. That is point. That inherently won't work, because the ruble was created in 1991? What? Then why do they convert in rubles? The fuck? The room was locked. Well, can't deny that. What? Something's not right here. Do you mean to tell me they didn't do their research? No. The silver ruble was used until 1897, and the gold ruble was used until 1917, and the Soviet ruble was officially replaced the imperial ruble in 1922. So they always had ruble, they just had different versions of ruble. Okay, yeah, you okay. I didn't see chat while I was googling that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Why is this a mystery? Are you guys retarded? You are quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Yeah, but there's no data on the old rubles. That's the issue. Sad. Oh yes, there's another entrance. The entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. Ventilator? Yeah, You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. Last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? I can hear a faint whistling sound. Wait, is he accusing the ballerina and then we'll have to take her case? What looks like some sort of speckled band is Yes! The ballerina was also not knocked out because she fed it to a fucking snake. So she could have definitely been the one whistling. Oh. I think I figured it out. Okay, I got it, I think I have it, I think I do. Hear me out, listen to me. The ballerina wasn't even around, she only bought it during the night. Well, Kazuma was killed at like around 2 AM, which is way in the middle of the night. So hear me out here, okay? Because clearly she must have been already there to get like the chicken for the dinner. Otherwise she wouldn't even have that. So everybody gets the drugged chicken. And the assassin has like some sort of plot. That's why the chicken was like drugged, you know? And maybe he was coming after the ballerina, I don't fucking know. But she fed the chicken to a snake, which the snake then went into the air ducts when she didn't pay attention or whatever. And Kazuma saw that. But the snake got giga drowsy from the drugs and she was whistling for it to come back, but it couldn't because it fell asleep. And then she walked over to his cabin maybe, because the snake either fell out there or she saw that he saw the snake. And then she super panicked because the snake is the only thing in the world that she still has, like the only friend in her own words. So she's like, oh my god, if he tells anyone, because, you know, oh no, you can't have it, and he's a lawyer boy, super strict and everything, they'll kill the snake. And maybe her too. So that can't be. Also, he probably saw her true identity, which is also a giga no-go. So she had to kill him. And then she ran out, and then, I don't know, somebody hit the alarm button for some reason, and the door shut on its own. There you have it. I solved the case. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? You really want to turn her into an assassin, huh? Just cause she's Russian, I bet? I mean, the Russian ballet thing is just kind of a John Wick thing. But she's Russian, there's this Russian guy that's also an assassin, and there's an assassin that killed 16 people on the loose. And the ballet troupe is a ballet troupe that goes all over the place, which would fit very well for an assassin troupe. Also, she's 15. Well, maybe she's still a cracked off assassin, because who expects like a 15-year-old girl to just snuff you? I don't think she's an assassin. Well, she doesn't have to be an assassin. I just think that she killed him. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. Or... She climbed in the ventilation shaft. The assassin went into the wrong room in the first class, accidentally saw Kazuma, who was still awake, had to kill him, and she wasn't in this room because she was in the ventilation shaft because she was trying to get her snake back, which was passed out, and she just witnessed the murder or something. Didn't think she killed him either. Wager it was someone unfamiliar as of yet. Well, it's either her or it's the assassin. but we still don't know what the last words mean. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. What the? Okay, so... Okay. I guess it's not a sunburn. Also a very cute snake, I have to say. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. That makes me question though, how do you keep a pet snake in Russia? Wouldn't that thing just die on the first night? Like the sun sets and it instantly freezes over? A snake? Indubitably. So how did McBurley know about the snake? Russia has areas with 30 degrees and more in summer? Okay, but what do you do after summer? Like, does Russia have native snakes? It's not all cold and hellish, I refuse to believe that. Ray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think, in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band. Especially when you live in the more southern area. It's usually temperate zones. You both see and observe with distinction. However, I do not think that this precisely... What? I do not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall. My goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time to I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Oh, maybe the tiara she stole, like, unknowingly had something to do with the assassin. If she's not an assassin herself. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim's losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a ball of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hitting the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Miss Asogi. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. It's like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long fiend in your neck. But clearly it's a constrictor, so it's not poisonous. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It still hurts. I mean, I've been bitten by snakes before. Though, to be fair, the snakes that bit me were a bit smaller. It's more like a quick little pinch. Moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences? I've never heard that. Your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend was this writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. What the fuck? The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give them, pray? What was it What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake-sleuthed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No, that's not how snakes work. They don't just change their pattern. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared as though to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it slews its skins. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay. I don't know, he's fucking high. Moving on. We come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Now, if we take that in fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? First of all, constrictor or venomous. Snakes are one or the other, not both. Second of all, we already have in the autopsy report that there's no venom inside the victim. So obviously the constrictor, yes, and it pisses me off. Also, his fucking idea that snakes can just change their pattern when they skin. Or when they shed, I mean. Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. And the almost, but not quite, perceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Yet doesn't. This guy just keeps rambling until somebody corrects him. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin? Oh my god, now I'm kind of ashamed that I also have the assassin plot in mind. Was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. Just telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before the end. Shamed by the game. Yeah, I feel personally attacked here. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. This guy's on so many opioids, just like the real Sherlock Holmes. There can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Yo, I hope this guy brought, like, enough drugs for the entire, you know, crew, everybody that's around. And for all 50 days, please. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. They're on the floor. You will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You solved the Oh my god. I'm a brainlet in-game and IRL. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. Everyone's a brainlet. Oh no. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. I'm pretty sure a snake would drink milk if you would give it just milk. It was nothing remarkable, as the Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. It's not the normal diet? Well, yeah, that's true. May I venture my opinions, Mr. Holmes? But of course, what's in your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh my god, he's actually gay. He's loud and proud. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. She's not even figuring it out. She literally just opened her book and reads it out aloud. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. But there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Yeah, so not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. I mean, they do notice vibrations, so if you get like whatever she's on, if you can whistle at such a frequency that it makes stuff vibrate. But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Not true, actually. They just move the flute in a way that the snake is like following that because it's like on guard. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. They mimic the movements of a threat? No? Yeah, kinda like that. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? The snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Honestly, I'm pretty sure they could. They would just wrap around it and just use it like a, you know... Snakes are fucking crafty when it comes to climbing. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think... Yeah, imagine you call yourself the greatest detective of all time, and some 16-year-old strolls up with a book and just claps you. We need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to dance. Dance like your life depends on it, because it actually does. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they are restored after your work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. I'm sure they'll pull it, like, quite a few more times. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Time? Yeah, I was thinking maybe we can finish this before the time is up. Depends on how much they draw us out. I can skip most of his dialogue because it's just repeat. And then just skip to where the important stuff is. Does she have a pained expression on her face? Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment to really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Ah yes, look up and down. Also, oh god, these controls are fucking horrendous. Ah, hello there.
Yes!
Where the fuck did you get a claw scratch? Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Or maybe it's a ferret, because ferrets were used to like guard against mice and snakes in like grain silos, and probably on ships too, I'd imagine. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. I just scratched myself. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And that is the very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. Jones is shitty. How do you not notice a massive scratch? Was too focused on like all the fucking different types of snakes in India. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend. Yeah? Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, that snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Yes!
Yes! You were looking over at this photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that is your friend. What? It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Can't you perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage? Really, I have to look at the fucking frame? Like I have to investigate it first? I guess it's going to be dragged out a bit, so after the first of the 2 cases, I will just end it there. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. It's almost like I saw that cat before, but for some reason the game wouldn't let me present it. And my fucking brainlet character was like, oh, the photographic frame is your friend. It's not like the cat inside could be your friend. The snake ate the cat. I had a thought like that, but I feel like that would be too dark and weird. Also, why would you keep the snake that ate your cat? I think, if anything, it's more of an exchange thing. Like somebody wants the snake or the tiara or both and kidnapped her cat to hold hostage. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. Okay then. I note that for future reference. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at it. Really? You'd like... Come on, we know it's a cat.
Yes!
Not a dog, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. I hate that this was... fucking... Ace Attorney games. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear at all, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Oh. You think the snake is the pet just of the burly guy? And hers is just the cat? And there's like no correlation between her and the snake? And the cat crawled over to, you know, our side of the cabins, and the speckled thing is just the handkerchief around its neck or something. Darka's my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night of the question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then? Pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of us. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her bag. Instead of just leaving it in her pocket, because that's the best hiding place. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Thank you for acknowledging it. Oh yes, employees like that are Mr. Jones' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. But deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was his employee too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Wait, I can't save right now. Uh-oh. Let me check controls. A cat toy. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and it looks to be a handle at the end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. Oh, is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce and catch it. Ah, sounds possibly adorable.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is the cat's toy. Okay, now I can save, which I think I will do before everything crashes again. So, thanks for checking out the stream today. More tomorrow. Probably not the conclusion yet, unless we actually do finish this entire investigation on the boat and don't go to court. I don't fucking know where this is going to go. This, so far, it seems like a boat-only case. But oh well, we'll see tomorrow. Thanks for coming by, and see ya tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Bye.